Okay. Yeah, I think that's nice. Did it come off? Oh, it is get the camera. Take that part. Go out here with them. Head up to the rock here. Okay, you'll have to extend that one.
Columbia, this is Houston, ALS, over.
Houston, ALS, over.
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
Next time, I don't have camera. Houston, Columbia on the high gain, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over.
Yeah, this is Houston reading. Yeah, reading you loud and clear. How's it going?
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
Great.
I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
That's all right, I don't mind a bit. How is the quality of the TV?
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface. Beautiful, just beautiful. What's this? See if you can pull that end off a little bit. Tighten that end up a little. It won't go out. Okay.
Neil, this is Houston, radio check, over.
Hi, Roger. Houston, loud and clear.
Roger out.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, Buzz.
I'd like to evaluate the various paces that a person can traveling on the lunar surface. I believe I'm out of your field of view. Is that right now, Houston?
That's affirmative, Buzz. You're in our field of view now.
You do have to be. All right, you do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that you've got your feet underneath you. And about 2 or 3 or maybe 4 easy paces can bring you to a fairly smooth stop. seems though your forward stability is not quite as good as it is in the conventional, more conventional one foot after another. As far as saying what a sane pace might be, I think the one that I'm using now would get rather tiring after several hundred. But this may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity force here.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Could we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please?
Say again, Houston?
Roger, we'd like to get both of you on the field of view of the camera for a minute. Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over.
That would be an honor.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you... For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, men with interest and a curiosity, and men with a vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Look forward to that very much, sir.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you.
Ready to go ahead?
Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM, T1, 110, 2656. T2, 110, 3206. 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340. Shaft 353 decimal 855. Trunnion 46 decimal 495. Roll 0 pitch 250, yaw 0, over.
Roger, thank you. Feedback not required.
Roger, out.
Houston, it's very interesting to note that when I kick my foot trail with no atmosphere here and it's gravity, they seem to leave, and most of them have about the same angle of departure and velocity. Where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. There are several certain percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but it's highly dependent upon initial trajectory upwards. Determines where most of the majority of the particle comes down, like the terrain.
Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia, this is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta, over.
Well, man. I've noticed several times in going from the sunlight into shadow that just as I go in, I catch an additional reflection off the limb, along with the reflection off my face onto the visor, makes visibility very poor just at the transition sunlight into the shadow. I essentially have so much glare coming onto my visor, I'm under shadow, till helmet actually gets shadow, and then it takes a short while for my eyes to adapt to lighting conditions. Inside the shadow area, visibility, as we've said before, is not too great, but both visors up. We can certainly get what sort of footprints we have and the general condition of the soil. Then after being out in the sunlight a while, it takes, watch it, Neil, you're on the cable. Okay. Yeah, lift up your right foot. Right foot. It's still, your toe is still hooked in it. That one? Yeah, it's still hooked in it. Wait a minute. Okay, you're clear now. Thank you. Let's move that over this way.
Neil Armstrong has the scoop for the bulk sample collection.
The blue color of my boots have completely disappeared now into this small. Still don't know exactly what color to describe this other than grayish cocoa color. Seems to be covering most of the wider part of the boot. Color that very fine particles.
Buzz, this is Houston. You're cutting out on the end of your transmission. Can you speak a little more closely into your microphone, over?
Roger, I'll try that.
Beautiful.
Well, I had that one inside my mouth that time.
Sounded a little wet.
A little wet.
Neil's been on the surface an hour now. Buzz, not quite 20 minutes, less than that.
general, time spent in the shadow doesn't seem to have any thermal effects. We're still inside the suit. There is a difference, of course, in the coming radiation in the helmet, so I think there's a tendency to feel a little cooler in the shadow than we feel out in the sun.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
One hour and a half expended on the PLSSs now.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Houston, Columbia, Delta.
Roger, you should have VHF AOS with the LEM right about now. VHF LOS will be at 40 minutes, 15 seconds, over.
Thank you.
Heart rates on both crewmen averaging between 90 and 100. Flight surgeon reports they're right on the predicted number of the BTU units expended in energy of work. And he thinks they're in great shape.
I look around the area, the contrast in general is comes about completely by virtue of the shadows. Almost deep. Looking down sun, zero phase, very light colored gray, light gray colored, like the halo around my own shadow, around the shadow of my helmet. Then as I look off cross sun, the contrast becomes strongest in that the surrounding color is still fairly light. As you look down into the sun, with a larger amount of shadowed areas looking toward us, the general color of the surrounding darker than cross sun. Contrast is not as great. Surveying all the dusty area that we've picked up, considerably darker in texture. Now, I've picked up once. I imagine that this has been out by certain impacts that we've that's a distinct surveyor. The same is true if I survey cross sun along the area that we're walking. General, is to the fact that there are footprints there. General terrain where I've been up out of this surface trail is generally of a darker contrast, having color.
You can see Neil Armstrong bringing scoop.
The panorama I'll be taking is about 30 to 40 feet out to plus. But
Say again, which strut, please, Buzz?
So it's in the plus V strut.
Roger.
And, right in this area there are two craters. The one that's right in front of me now as I look off in about the 11 o'clock position from spacecraft, about 30 to 35 feet across. And several rocks and boulders, 6, 8 inches across, different sizes.
Neil is filling the bulk sample bag attached to a scale see him in the picture. Buzz is behind the LAM at the minus Z strut. That's the landing gear directly opposite the ladder. Neil's been on the surface about an hour and 10 minutes now.
I'm now in the area of the minus Y strut. Taking some second photographs.
Buzz is making his way around the LAM, photographing it from various angles, looking at its condition on all sides. Neil's still occupied with the bulk sample. 1 hour, 40 minutes time expended on the PLSSs now.
How's the bulk sample coming, Neil?
Bulk sample is just being sealed. Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over.
Roger, no marks on the left that time. I did see a suspiciously small white object was floating and burned.
Go ahead with the coordinates on the small white object. Roger, copy Echo decimal 3 and 7 decimal 6. And Columbia, this is Houston. While I'm talking to you, LOS will be at 111 19er 31. ALS 112 05 43. Over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy LOS, AOS times? Over.
Negative, Houston. You're broken. Disregard him. I got him off the flight plan.
Roger, out.
The DOS deflector that's mounted on quad 1 seems to be a good bit more wrinkled. Right now on quad 4.
You're breaking up again, Buzz.
I say the jet deflector that's mounted on quad 4 seems to be, the surface of it seems to be more wrinkled than the one that's on quad 1. Generally, underneath part of the LEM seems to have stood up quite well to the, look at some pictures in the aft part of the LEM. The sun illuminate the thermal effects much better than we could get them up here in the front.
Roger, out.
I want to get some particular photographs of the bulk sample area, Neil.
Okay.
And Houston, Buzz here. I'm showing 3.78 SI. 3%. No flags. Adequate. Light warming fingers.
Roger, and Neil has 66% O2, no flags, minimum cooling, and the suit pressure is 382. Houston, roger up.
Neil has finished collecting and packing the bulk sample.
Buzz, this is Houston. Have you removed the close-up camera from the mesa yet? Over.
Negative, thank you. Get a panorama there.
Okay.
Got it? Got it. Houston, how does our timeline appear to be going?
Roger, it looks like you're about a half hour slow on it. We're working on consumables. Over.
All right.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. To clarify my last, your consumables are in good shape at this time. The 30-minute reference was with respect to the nominal timeline. Over.
Roger, I understand that.
Neil's been on the surface now slightly over an hour and 20 minutes.
Don't note any abnormalities in the limb. Quads seem to be in good shape. The primary and secondary struts are in good shape. Antennas are all in place. There's no evidence of problem underneath the limb due to either the engine exhaust or drainage of any kind. Roger up.
It's very surprising, very surprising lack of penetration of all four of the foot pads. I'd say if we were to try and determine just how far below the surface they would have penetrated, you'd measure in 2 or 3 inches, would you say, Neil?
At the most, yeah. That fly strut there is probably even less than that.
All right, great job.
Here's a picture of the bus-wide strut taken from here, the descent stage, and I think we'll be able to see a little bit better what the ripple effects are. Seem to be quite minimal. This one picture taken right rear of the spacecraft, looking at the skirt of the descent stage. So a slight darkening of the surface color, a rather minimal amount of radiating or etching away or erosion of the surface. And now on descent, both of us remarked that we could see a large amount of very fine dust particles moving out. It was reported beforehand that we would probably see an outgassing from the surface after actual engine shutdown, but I recall I was unable to verify that. Just too big an angle, Neil. Yep. I think you're right. Go back at the minus V strut now. Stereo pair we're taking to the bed will make very little force of impact that we actually had. And Neil, if you'll take the camera, I'll to work on the SEQ bay.
Okay. Columbia, this is Houston.
I noticed that
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, bud.
Try to get some close-up pictures of that front. I was saying that Houston stop and take a photograph of something and then want to start moving again sideways. Quite a tendency to start doing it with just gradual sideways hops until you start getting momentum.
Roger.
Can you see us underneath the LEM over at the SEQ bay, Houston?
Yes, indeed, Buzz. We can see your feet sticking out underneath the structure of the LEM descent stage.
Okay, I'm just on the other side of the...
and now we can see you through the structure of the minus Z secondary strut.
The SEQ bay contains the scientific experiments to be left on the surface of the moon. The laser reflector.
They're open, and it looks like they're going to stay up without any problem.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're about to lose you on the Omnis. Request high gain antenna. React mode. Pitch 20. Yaw 135. Over.
I'm going to pick an area, Neil.
Make that yaw 175, Columbia. Yaw 175 on the high gain.
Columbia's locked up on the high gain, Houston.
Roger out.
Surgeon says everything looks fine. An hour and a half of lunar surface time for Neil Armstrong.
Houston, the passive seismometer has been deployed manually.
Roger.
They've been on the portable life support systems for 2 hours now.
And the manual deployment of the I cubed little spring that's at the end of the string pulled off of the pit fin. However, I was able to reach up and get hold of the pit fin and pull it loose. So it'll be deployed manually also.
Roger.
And the panorama is complete, and got the limb 730 position at about 60 feet.
That's Neil Armstrong to the left of the screen. By that.
Doors are closed and locked.
Roger.
Have you got us a good area picked out?
Well, I think right out on that rise out there is probably as good as any.
Right over here.
Let's probably stay on the high ground there and
watch at the edge of that crater is
that's real soft there, isn't it?
Got a couple of close-ups on these quite rounded, large boulders.
Buzz Aldrin coming into view on the right, carrying the two experiments.
About 40 feet out. I'd say out to the end of that next...
Well, it's going to be a little difficult to find a good level spot here.
On top of that next little ridge there, wouldn't that be a pretty good place?
Yeah, how about I put the LRQ for you about here?
All right. And
I'm going to have to get on the other side of this rock here.
I would go right around that crater to the left there. Isn't that a level spot there?
I think this right here is just as level.
Okay.
And they will be out of the camera's field of view while setting up these experiments.
The boulders look like basalt, and they have probably 2% white minerals in them, white crystals. And the thing that I reported as vesicular before, I don't believe I believe that anymore. I think it's small craters. They look like little impact craters where BB shot has hit the surface.
Hi, Houston, I have the seismic experiment put over now, and I'm aligning it with the sun. I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting the beam going to center. Wants to move around and around on the outside. Doesn't find any spot, any home.
You're cutting out again, Buzz.
Roger, I say I'm not having too much success in leveling the PSE experiment.
The laser reflector is installed, and the bubbles level, and the alignment appears to be good. Neil, this is Houston. Roger, out.
Hey, you want to take a look at this BB, see what you make out of it?
I found it pretty hard to get perfectly level, too.
That BB likes the outside. It won't go on the inside.
That little cup is convex now instead of concave.
I think you're right.
I believe it is.
Houston, I don't think there's any hope of using this leveling device to come up with an accurate level. It looks to me as though the cup here that the BB is in is now convex instead of concave, over.
Roger, 11, press on. If you think it looks level by eyeball, go ahead.
Okay.
The bubble they're discussing is on a leveling device on the passive seismometer.
One going, huh? There you go. Good work. Good show. Hey, whoa, stop. Back up. Wait.
Houston, as I was facing the PSE, the right-hand solar array deployed automatically. The left hand, I had to manually training bar at the far end. And all parts of the solar array are clear of the ground now.
Buzz, this is Houston. Understand you did successfully deploy both solar arrays, over.
Roger, that's affirmative. And there isn't any way of telling whether that's lined up. Not getting in the way. Maybe I can get down here. Well, that appears to be pointing.
Neil, this is Houston, over.
Neil, this is Houston, over. Hey, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we've been looking at your consumables, and you're in good shape. Subject to your concurrence, we'd like to extend the duration of the EVA 15 minutes from nominal. We will still give Buzz a hack at 10 minutes prior for heading in. Your current elapsed time is 2 plus 12, over.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Roger, out.
212 is the time expended on the PLSS.
This is Houston. If you're still in the vicinity of the PSE, could you get a photograph of the ball level, over?
I'll do that, Buzz. Right, we'll get a photograph of that. Houston, what time would you estimate we could allow for the documented sample, over?
Oh, shoot. I believe the ball is right in the middle now.
Wonderful. Take a picture before it moves.
Neil, this is Houston. We're estimating about 10 minutes for the documented sampling, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Go ahead, Houston, Columbia.
Roger, I'd like you to terminate charging battery Bravo at 111 plus 15, over.
How about right now?
Roger. Buzz, this is Houston. You've got about 10 minutes left now prior to commencing your EVA termination activities, over.
Termination activities, over. Roger, I understand.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. The passive seismic experiment has been uncaged, and we're observing short period oscillations in it, over.
Neil Armstrong has been on the surface now about an hour and 50 minutes. In the foreground, Buzz Aldrin is collecting a core tube sample.
I hope you're watching how hard I have to hit this into the ground to the tune of about 5 inches, Houston.
Roger.
It almost looks wet.
Got it. Sample.
Wait a minute. Yeah, cut the cable again.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. We'd like you to...
You're right. Turn to your right.
That's it?
Not quite.
Neil, this is Houston. We'd like you all to get 2 core tubes and the solar wind experiment. 2 core tubes and the solar wind, over.
The core tubes provide material.
Get the next one. Maybe you can turn away the box a little bit.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. Buzz, this is Houston. You have approximately 3 minutes until you must commence your EVA termination activities, over.
Roger, understand.
Columbia, this is Houston. Approximately 1 minute to LOS, over.
1 minute. Columbia, roger.
And you plan on commencing your sleep on the backside this pass? If so, we'll disable uplink to you while we're talking to the LEM, over.
Negative that. Houston, were you able to record in a documentary way where the 2 core tube samples were taken?
Negative. Now, I didn't get a stereo pair of those tubes, but they're right in the vicinity of the solar wind. Neil, this is Houston. After you've got the core tubes and the solar wind, anything else that you can throw into the box would be acceptable. I do. Cap was right.
I got the cap.
Got the cap?
They're both good caps on around.
Okay.
And you want to pick up some stuff and I'll
Get these receptacles.
throw the solar wind in.
Buzz Aldrin retrieving the solar wind experiment.
Buzz, this is Houston. It's about time for you to start your EVA closeout activities.
Roger.
They've been on their life support systems 2 hours and 25 minutes. Neil appears to be picking up rocks to the right of the screen.
Neil and Buzz, this is Houston. I'd like to remind you of the close-up camera magazine before you start up the ladder, Buzz.
Okay. Got that over with you, Neil?
close-up camera is underneath the mesa. I'll have to pick it up with the phone. And I'm picking up several pieces of really vesicular rock out here now.
You didn't get anything in those environmental samples, did you?
Not yet.
No, I don't think we'll have time.
Roger, Neil and Buzz. Let's press on with getting the close-up camera magazine and closing out of the sample return container. You're running a little low on time. Roger.
We want to keep a good margin in those portable life support systems.
Okay, can you quickly stick this in my pocket, Neil, and I'll head on up the ladder. I'll hold it. You open the pocket up.
Off that fella. Just hold it right there. Okay, let the pocket go.
Back closed.
Got it.
Okay. Adios, amigos.
Hey.
Anything more before I head on up, Bruce?
Negative. Head on up the ladder, Buzz.
Head on up. Buzz.
That white dot right above the horizon on the right is a phosphorus spot from the TV converter in the Park Station in Australia.
How you coming, Neil?
Okay. You get the solar wind rolled up there?
Right, that's it right there.
Okay.
I think you can reach this hook that's hanging over here. You might entertain the idea of sending up the second one that way.
Okay.
Get the film off of that.
Oh, well. Set up now.
Okay, I'm heading on in.
Okay.
And I'll get the LEC already in the back box.
Neil has been on the surface a few minutes longer than 2 hours. Buzz, approximately 20 minutes less than that.
Neil, this is Houston. Did the Hasselblad magazine go up on that sample return container also? Sample return container also. I've got the Hasselblad magazine hooked to the SRC now, yeah. Roger. Roger. How you doing, Buzz? I'm okay.
Ready to send it up the LEC?
Yeah, just about.
Okay, that's got it clear.
Transferring the sample containers into the LEM cabin now.
Uh-oh. Camera came off. I mean, the film pad came off.
Okay, just ease it down now. Don't pull so hard on it. All right, let it go.
Oh, you're getting that. I've got to get this camera.
Okay, this one's in, no problem.
Okay, stand by a second. Neil, this is Houston. Request an EMU check, over. Houston, EMU check, over. Roger, got 3.8. And I got 54 on the O2 and no flags. And my flow is in.
The Lick Observatory in California reports a return on the laser experiment.
Neil and Buzz, for your information, your consumables remain in good shape. Out. In good shape.
Roger. It's coming, Neil.
Okay, I've got one side hooked up to the second box, and I got the film back on.
Okay, good.
By that build from on the LEC is kind of falling all over me while I'm doing this.
Well, that's good, huh?
It looks like down here.
I think my watch stopped, Neil.
Did it?
No, it didn't either. Second in. Okay, if you can just kind of hold it, well, I think I can do the pulling.
Okay. Stand by a minute. Let me move back.
Okay, easy. All right, easy on the hatch now. Okay, I'll get it the rest of the way.
Okay.
And I'll give it to you to go away just a second. And a little more.
2 hours, 40 minutes on the PLSSs.
Buzz? Okay, it's unhooked. How about that package out of your sleeve? Get that? No. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get up there. Going it now? That's all. Okay? Okay.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you get the Hasselblad magazine?
Yes, I did. And we got about, I'd say 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples.
Houston, roger. Well done. Out.
In the second box.
Unofficial time off the surface at 1:11:37:32.
Now start arching your back. That's good. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. All right, arch your back a little, your head up against it. Out, off, roll right just a little bit. Head down. And in good shape. Thank you. I'm bumping now. Now you're clear. You're rubbing up against me a little bit. Okay. Turn. All right, that's right. Turn to the left. Okay. I'll move your foot and I'll get the hatch. Okay. Going it now? That's all. Okay? Okay.
Neil, this is Houston. Did you get the Hasselblad magazine?
Yes, I did. And we got about, I'd say 20 pounds of carefully selected, if not documented, samples.
Houston, roger. Well done. Out.
In the second box.
Unofficial time off the surface at 1:11:37:32.
Now start arching your back. That's good. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. All right, arch your back a little, your head up against it. Out, off, roll right just a little bit. Head down. And in good shape. Thank you. I'm bumping now. Now you're clear. You're rubbing up against me a little bit. Okay. Turn. All right, that's right. Turn to the left. Okay. Now move your foot and I'll get the hatch. Okay. Okay, the hatch is closed and latched. And verified secure. Okay. Now we close the feed water valve. Close. And I got your plus antenna too. Right. Okay, feed water valve closed. And your antenna's out. Okay. What am I bumping into? Okay. That's out.
Good night, Pilot.
Okay.
This is Houston, go ahead. You're cutting out, Neil. You're not readable. I understand you said something about contingency sample container on the ascent engine. Oh, we're not reading you, Neil. Buzz, buzz. This is Houston. Do you read over? Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We're reading neither one of you, but standing by.
Cabin pressure coming up about 2.789 pounds. Up to 3 now. PSI now. We show the cabin at 4.8 now. LEM's systems look good. Crewmen should now be transferring back to Tranquility Base's environmental control system, and later we'll switch to the vehicle's communication system. We estimate it'll be another 10 to 15 minutes before they're on the LEM communication system. And a replica of the American flag on the lunar surface is now being erected here in the control center. And a replica of the plaque on Tranquility Base has been hung on the wall.
Neil, this is Houston. Neil, this is Houston. Radio check, over. Buzz, buzz. This is Houston. Radio check, over. This is Houston. I copy a transmission calling Houston. All else was broken up, over. Neil, this is Houston. If you read, we suggest you unstow 1+ antenna so we can have communications, over.
A receive. B off.
Neil, this is Houston. We seem to be reading you now. How do you read us, over?
ICS push to start.
Relay.
Houston is Tranquility. How do you read?
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Loud and clear. How us?
Loud and clear. We're in the process of switching over to LEMCOM here.
Roger. Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We'd like to verify your steerable antenna in track mode slew. We're going to do a communications handover here on Earth, over.
Roger, that's affirmative. We're in track mode slew.
Roger out. Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Roger, Columbia on C Charlie, how do you read?
Roger, Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear on Omni Charlie. The crew of Tranquility Base is back inside their base. repressurized. They're in the process of dopping the plusses. Everything went beautifully. Over.
Hallelujah.
And we'd like to get poo and accept from you. We have a state vector uplink, and after that, we'd like you to realign your platform to the new refs mat that we sent up a rev or two ago. Over.
All right, understand. You want a option 1, do option 1.
This is Apollo Control. Dr. Charles Berry reports the heart rates during this EVA period ranged from a low of 90 for both crewmen to a high of about 125 for Buzz Aldrin at peak periods and a high of 160 for Neil Armstrong at peak periods. That top reading coming during the time he was transferring the rock boxes into the LEM. Dr. Berry says the data they got indicates Neil was working very hard at that time.
Roger, Columbia, P-22. Landmark ID is Lunar Module. Make that Tranquility Base. T1 112 2508. T2 112 3017. 4 nautical miles south. Time of closest approach 112 3152. Shaft 357.051. Trunnion 047.432. Roll 0. Pitch 250. Yaw 0. Read back over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy my P-22 update? Over.
Houston, Columbia.
Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy my P-22 pad? Columbia, this is Houston. Do you copy my pad? Over.
Negative, Bruce. Just give me the latitude, longitude over 2, altitude, and the grid square. Never mind the other, you're broken up.
Stand by.
Well, that is if you have new information. Otherwise, I'll just use the old numbers.
No, wait a minute. We've got new information.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 112 hours 19 minutes. The inhabitants of Tranquility Base are still in the post-EVA cleanup period. Still have not fully configured the voice communications. However, we are getting telemetry, good telemetry from Tranquility Base, showing a cabin pressure of 5 pounds per square inch, temperature of 60 degrees. We expect to establish communications before too long. During this period, the crew is removing the portable life support systems, checking over their spacecraft systems, getting ready for jettisoning equipment from Tranquility Base. The cabin will be depressurized before too long, and equipment will be jettisoned onto the lunar surface.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Can you give us some idea of how you're progressing on the FLIS doffing and preparation for depress?
Roger, Houston, Tranquility Base. We're in the process of using up what film we have, and I'm just getting ready to change the primary ECS canister. Over.
Roger, Tranquility. We'd like to hold off as long as possible on the lithium hydroxide canister. Make that one of the last things you do in getting ready for the depress if you can. Over.
Roger, we're planning on doing that. I'm just wondering how much longer we want to wait, though. We've probably got another half an hour's worth of picture taken, and I guess we could run through an heat cycle and then change the canister and then depress. Over.
Roger, that sounds fine to us.
Well, it'll be a little crowded in here for a while.
Oh, we don't mind a bit.
Houston, Columbia, you got the new coordinates?
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Roger, have you got the new coordinates for me?
Roger, latitude 00.691. That would be plus 00.691. And longitude over 2 is plus 11.713. The altitude is minus 1.44 nautical miles. Over. Columbia, this is Houston. On latitude, make that plus 00.692, rounding off. Over.
Yeah, read back plus 00692 plus 11713 and minus 00144. And you have a grid square for me?
Roger, stand by. Columbia, this is Houston. Grid coordinates kilo decimal niner 6.3 on LAM2. Over.
Kilo 0.9 and 6.3. Very good. One of these grid squares is about as much as you can scan on a single pass.
Roger. And for your information, Columbia, you're approaching the VHF line of sight comm limit with Tranquility Base. LOS will be at 38 minutes plus 25 seconds. Over.
Roger.
Roger, and we've had to disable the one-way misspin relay owing to a ground site reconfiguration down here. Over. This is Houston. Go ahead. Over.
Roger, I can't see him.
Roger, I guess that takes care of the news for today, Mike.
Right. Roger.
You might be interested in knowing, Mike, that we have gotten reflections back from the laser reflector array they deployed, and we may be able to get some information out of that a little later.
Right, I need a very precise position because I can only do a decent job of scanning the
grid squares at a time. The area that we've been sweeping covers tens and 20s and 30s of them.
Roger, we understand this is intended to be your last P-22. We don't want to use up too much fuel in this effort, over.
Just the fuel coming.
Roger, there's no problem fuel-wise. It's just that there seems to be a limit to the number of P-22s and the number of grid squares you can search over.
Right. Well, I'll continue this maneuver then to roll 82, pitch 218. Yaw 0, if that's okay with you, and do a P-52 in that attitude, and that'll be the sleep action.
Roger, that's fine with us, and P-52 in that attitude. Roger, P-52 and then the sleep attitude. Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
Houston, Tranquility Base, go ahead.
Roger, when you all have a free moment, I have your T8 through T12 block data, over.
Roger, standby one. Houston, Tranquility Base, ready to copy.
Roger, Tranquility. T8, 114-3057. T9er, 116-29er, 10. T10, 118-2723. T11, 120-2536. T12, 122-2349er. Read back, over.
Roger, T8, 114-3057. T9, 116-29er, 10. T10, 118-2723. T11, 120-2536. T12, 122-2349er, over.
Read back correct. Houston out.
Tranquility Base.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Tell me on the high gain.
Roger, reading you loud and clear on the high gain, Columbia.
Roger. Maneuvering to P-52 attitude. You want a cruise status report?
Say again, Columbia.
I say again, I am maneuvering to the P-52
Roger, and go ahead with your crew status report.
Roger, no medication, radiation 100.16.
Houston, we copy.
Houston, Tranquility Base.
Go ahead, Tranquility.
Roger. The weight of the RCU was 12 ounces. That was by itself without the bag. And the weight of the water from the CDR's cliff was 12.5 ounces. That's reading 0 with the bag on.
This is Houston, we copy. And for your information, the new LEM weight after jettison of equipment, including lithium hydroxide canister, is 10837. Over.
Okay, 10837.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. In the flight plan configuration, we show that the stability control circuit breaker, ATCA, on panel 16 should be open at this time. Over.
Houston, Tranquility. Say again, which one should be closed?
Roger, panel 16, row 2, stat control, ATCA, that is ATCA, and it should be open at this time. Over.
Roger, coming open.
Roger, out.
Houston, Tranquility, do you have a way of showing a configuration of the engine arm circuit breaker? Over. The reason I'm asking is because the end of it appears to be broken off. I think we can push it back in again. I'm not sure we could pull it out if we pushed it in now. Over.
Roger, we copy. Stand by, please. Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Our telemetry shows the engine arm circuit breaker in the open position at the present time. We want you to leave it open until it is nominally scheduled to be pushed in, which is later on. Over.
Roger, copy. Houston, Tranquility Base, CDR's PRD reads 11014.
Roger, 11014 for the CDR.
copy. Read 09er018, over.
Roger, 09er018.
This is Apollo Control. Dr. Berry reports those dosimeter readings have not changed since yesterday afternoon, indicating that the crew was not subject to radiation on the surface of the moon, or if any, a very negligible amount.
Houston, Columbia, over.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Roger, Bruce. When you get a few minutes, could you give me some words on tomorrow's activities, when they're going to start?
Roger. Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger, Mike. Couple of quick flight plan updates here. First off, we'd like to get an O2 fuel cell purge at time 1:13:30. Are you copying, over?
Roger, I'm copying.
Secondly, we will return to the nominal timeline with your scheduled wake-up of 1:21 hours and 12 minutes. We sort of slipped by lithium hydroxide canister change number 9 during the EVA and EVA prep. We'd like you to accomplish that now. The COM for sleep will be the normal lunar COM configuration. The RCS configuration, we're requesting you use quads Alpha and Bravo. A DAP data load for R2 should be 01111. Read back, over.
Roger, oxygen fuel cell purge at 113:30. Return to the nominal timeline at 121 hours wake up. Lithium hydroxide change number 9 right now. Normal lunar sleep configuration. I'm in that now. Now the RCS understood before you wanted to load the DAP register 201100, which made sense on panel 8 to pitch only on quad A, enable all on quad B and C and D off. But you don't want to do that anymore, huh?
Columbia, this is Houston. On your DAP load in R2, we're requesting a 0 and 4 ones. That is 01111. Over.
Okay.
And you,
Load's going in right now.
Roger, and you'll be enabling quads Alpha and Bravo on the auto RCS select switches, disable Charlie and Delta.
Right.
And we have a little less than 2 minutes to LOS. If you're still up, AOS next time around will be 1:14:04. Over. And Columbia, if it's agreeable with you, we'd like you to stay awake until we have one successful reacquisition on the high gain antenna. And I guess you can plan on turning in shortly after AOS in this next pass, over. Tranquility Base, this is Houston, radio check, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, reading you loud and clear. We just wanted to make sure we still had comm.
Roger, we've just we're just finishing up our 8 period. Be ready to go back into prep for depress.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control, 113 hours, 18 minutes. We have had loss of signal from Columbia. We've asked Mike Collins to stay awake through acquisition on the next rev, which will be number 20, so that we can check the automatic acquisition mode of the high gain antenna. Once we've verified that, he will start his rest period. Planned wake up for command module pilot, 121 hours. This is Apollo Control. We're estimating the change of shift news briefing for 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time. 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time for the change of shift briefing. This is Apollo Control at 113 hours, 29 minutes. The change of shift news briefing is about to start. We will tape any air-ground transmissions during this period for playback after the briefing. If the equipment jettisoning occurs during the briefing, we will come back up and provide that for you live. Hours, 1 minute. We have about 2 minutes worth of tape. We'll play that for you now.
Base, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, on your next depressurization, it's acceptable to use the overhead hatch dump valve in addition to or instead of the forward hatch dump valve to speed up the depressurization of the cabin. I have a T13 update for you, and if you could sometime here give us poo and data, we'll uplink you a new CSM state vector, over.
All right. You've got the diski.
Roger, your T13 time is 1242202, over.
Roger, T13 12422. Is that 02, over?
That's affirmative, that is 02. And do you have a time estimate for us until you're ready to start cabin depress, over?
15 minutes maybe?
Roger. Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Uplink complete. The computer's yours, and you can go out of data.
Roger. Go ahead, Tranquility Base here. Roger, just want to let you guys know that since you're an hour and a half over your timeline and we're all taking a day off tomorrow, we're going to leave you. See you later. I don't blame you a bit. That's been a real great day, guys. Really enjoyed it. Thank you. Couldn't enjoy it as much as we did. Roger. It was great. Sure wish you'd hurry up and get that trash out of there, though. Yeah, we're just about to do it. Okay.
We're live now. The Capcom voice on that last transmission was Deke Slayton, the Director of Flight Crew Operations here at MSC.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston. We show the suit relief valve still in the auto position. It should be closed, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over. Roger, we've successfully reacquired the high gain antenna. Unless you have some other traffic with us, I guess we'll bid you a good night and let you get some sleep, Mike, over.
Okay, sounds fine.
And we are going to power down the voice subcarrier part of our uplink to you in order that we don't disturb you while we're talking to Tranquility Base. If you need us, just give us a call and we can respond with a time lag of about a minute to a minute and a half in getting reconfigured, over.
Okay, thank you.
Roger, and good night.
Great, thanks, man.
We said goodnight to Mike Collins in Columbia at 114 hours, 6 minutes. And the cabin is coming down now on Tranquility Base. It's down to about 3.5 pounds now, holding there.
Columbia, this is Houston. We'd like you to enable the thrusters Bravo 1 and Bravo 2, auto RCS select, over.
Okay, Bravo 1, Bravo 2 enable.
Roger, out.
Tranquility Base pressure coming on down now, 1.5 pounds.
Tranquility, this is Houston. For a reference, which dump valve are you using, over?
We used the forward dump valve until about 2 psi, and we're using the overhead now.
Roger out.
They're both open now.
Less than half a pound of pressure now. Unofficial time for start of this second depressurization, 114 hours, 8 minutes, 12 seconds. Suit pressure is holding at about 3.9 pounds per square inch. Cabin pressure down to about 1/10 of a pound now. .04 pounds now. There went something. Looked like a portable life support system. There comes the other place. Cabin is being repressurized now. The experiments console reports the seismometer recorded both the impacts of those portable life support systems. Cabin pressure up over 1 psi. Up to 2 now. .3 pounds per square inch. .4 pounds. Leveling off about 4.8.
Houston, Tranquility Base, repress complete.
Roger, Tranquility. We observed your equipment jettison on the TV, and the passive seismic experiment recorded shocks when each plus hit the surface. Over.
Just can't get away with anything anymore, can you?
No, indeed.
Items scheduled to be jettisoned were the two portable life support systems, a lithium hydroxide canister, and an arm rest from the LEM. We expect the crew to turn off the TV very shortly, switching over to another telemetry mode when they turn off the TV switch.
Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, when you get back into your surface checklist and come over to the COM reconfiguration on page surface 45, we'd like you to enable the ranging feature on your S-band. That is, when you come down to S-band configuration, instead of caution warning electronics enable TV, we'd like you to go into the range position and leave it there for as long as you conveniently can until you get ready to commence your rest period, and we'll try to get a little more ranging data on you. Over.
Roger, copy.
And of course, when you get ready to turn in, go back into caution and warning enable. And we'd like to say from all of us down here in Houston, and really from all of us in all the countries and in the entire world, we think that you've done a magnificent job up there today. Over.
Thank you very much. It's been a long day.
Yes, indeed. Get some rest there and have at it tomorrow.
Houston, Tranquility, did you all come up with any other solution that we might try to the mission timer problem? Over.
Stand by, Tranquility. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
And Houston, Tranquility, have you had enough TV for today?
Tranquility, this is Houston. Yes, indeed. It's been a mighty fine presentation there.
Okay, signing off. See you again tomorrow.
Roger.
And the TV went off at 114 hours, 25 minutes, 47 seconds.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Roger, sorry to bother you, Columbia. Two things. We request that you select 10 degrees deadband in your DAP in accordance with the procedures on Foxtrot 9-7 in your checklist. And secondly, we'd like to leave a display on the disk key that is not one that's cycling and being continuously updated. What you have when you get through widening the deadband will be a static display, and that'll be satisfactory. Over. Roger, good night again. Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, on your mission timer, we wanted to pull the circuit breaker and let it cool down for an hour and a half to 2 hours. I believe the breaker is currently open. It has been off. So go ahead and reset the mission timer circuit breaker. Put the timer control to reset and hold it in reset for 30 seconds, and then slew it to your desired settings, left to right, and place the timer control to start. Over.
Okay, we'll try it. Houston, our mission timer seems to be fluent okay. You want to give us a time hack? Or can we get up the CMC? LGC, I mean.
Roger, Tranquility. I'll give you a time hack at 114-3100. It's about 30 seconds from now. Over. Stand by for a mark at 114.31.
Okay.
Stand by. Mark. Tranquility, this is Houston. Did you copy my mark at 114.31?
Roger, thank you, and our mission timer is running now.
Roger, very good. And I've got a Consumables update for you if you're ready to copy or listen. Over.
Stand by. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, RCS Alpha is 81%. RCS Bravo, 75%. Coming up on 115 hours GET, descent oxygen is 31.8 pounds, or 59%. Descent amp hours, 858. And ascent amp hours, 574. Over.
Roger, copy. Thank you very much.
Roger out. Tranquility, this is Houston. We also have a set of about 10 questions relating to observations you made, things you may have seen during the EVA. You can either discuss a little later on this evening or sometime later in the mission. At your option. How do you feel? Over.
guess we can take a couple up now.
Okay, and your friendly green team here has pretty well been relieved by your friendly maroon team, and I'll put Owen on with the questions.
Tranquility. Okay, thank you, Bruce. And this? Good.
Tranquility, Houston. First question here is your best estimate of the yaw on of the limb as compared to the nominal pre-flight plan. Over.
We're going 13 degrees left on the ball, and I think that's probably about right. Looking at the shadow and so on, we're probably about 13 degrees left of the shadow.
Roger, that's 13 degrees left of the shadow. And next question relates to the depth of the bulk sampling that you obtained near the first part of the EVA, and any changes in composition that you might have observed during the bulk sampling interval. Over.
I'm not sure I understand that question, but we got a good bit of the ground mass in the bulk sample, plus a sizable number of selected rock fragments of different types.
Roger, Neil. One of the implications here is the depth from which the bulk sample was collected. Did you manage to get down several inches or near the surface? Over.
We've got some down from as much as 3 inches in the area where I was looking at the variation with depth in the bulk sample. There really wasn't appreciable difference, and I didn't run into any hard band. Later on, or at some other times in other areas, why I'd get down just a short distance, an inch or two, and couldn't go any further.
Roger, I believe we understand down as deep as 3 inches, did not hit any hard bed, and no significant changes in composition to that depth. Next question, the second SRC was packed rather hurriedly due to the time limitation, and wonder if you would be able to provide any more detailed description of the samples which were included in the second SRC. Over.
We got 2 core tubes and a solar wind, and about half of a big sample bag full of assorted rocks, which I picked up hurriedly from around the area. Tried to get as many representative types as I could.
Roger, Neil. Next topic here relates to the rays which emanate from the DIP's engine burning area. We're wondering if the rays emanating from the beneath the engine are any darker or lighter than the surrounding surface. Over.
The ones that I saw back in the aft end of the spacecraft appeared to be a good bit darker, and of course, viewed from the aft end, why they did have the sun shining directly on them, it seemed as though the material had been baked somewhat, and also scattered in a radially outward direction. But in that particular area, this feature didn't extend more than about 2, maybe 3 feet from the skirt of the engine. Over.
Roger, understand that near the aft end out to the east, that the rays did appear darker. I understand, Buzz, that this was the appearance of the material which had been uncovered by the rays that appeared darker for 2 or 3 feet extending outward. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say it was necessarily material that had been uncovered. I think some of the material might have been baked or in some way caused to be more cohesive and perhaps flow together in some way. I don't know. Now, in other areas, before we started trampling around out in front, why, we could see that small erosion had taken place in a radially outward direction, but it had left no significant mark on the surface other than just having eroded it away. Now, it was different back in the, right under the skirt itself. It seemed as though the surface had been baked in a streaked fashion. And I think a couple pictures on film will show this, but that didn't extend out very far. Over.
Roger, Tranquility, and this baked appearance that you've described, at least the suggestion is that it was due to the heat of the engine at any rate. Next subject did...
I believe so.
Roger. Next subject, did either of the solar panels on the PSE touch the surface of the moon during deployment? Over.
I think that that 2 corners did touch. Since when it was deployed, both of them didn't come out at the same time. It unfolded a little unevenly, and of course the terrain that it was on was a little bit not quite as level as it would as I would like to have it. And I think that 2 corners did touch to about 1 inch, 3/4 to a half an inch deep, and maybe along the bottom it might have been maybe 3 inches, leaving a small triangular coating on 2 of the corners. And I think these are on the western ones. Over.
Roger, understand the description there. And the next subject on the 2 core tubes which you collected, how did the driving force required to collect these tubes compare? Was there any difference? Over.
Not significantly. I could get down about the first 2 inches without much of a problem, and then as I would pound it in about as hard as I could do it, the second one took two hands on the hammer, and I was putting pretty good dents in the top of the extension rod, and it just wouldn't go much more than, I think the total depth might have been about 8 or 9 inches. But even there, it didn't, for some reason, it didn't seem to want to stand up straight. In other words, I'd keep driving it in, and it would dig some sort of a hole, but it wouldn't just penetrate in a way that would support it and keep it from falling over, if that makes any sense at all. It didn't really to me. Over.
Roger, Buzz. I think I've got the picture. You indicate that little difference between the 2 samples, and that in each case you got down about 2 inches without any problems, and then had to continue hammering rather vigorously in order to continue driving it into a total depth of 8 or 9 inches. And even at that point, the rods did not want to stay vertical, that they'd tend to fall over on you even after pounding in that far. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's about it. It wasn't a rapid change in resistive force. And also I noticed when I took the bit off that the material was quite well packed, a good bit darker, and the way it adhered to the core tube gave me the distinct impression of being moist. Over.
Roger, understand the general impression of being moist as packed in the core tube. Next question. We did copy your comments prior to the EVA of your general description of the area. We wonder if either of you would have any more lengthy description or more detailed description of the general summary of the geology of the area. Over.
Yeah, we'll postpone our answer to that one until tomorrow, okay?
Yes, indeed. That'll be fine. Just a couple more here, and I think these may not be quite as lengthy as number 7 there. Can you estimate the stroke of the primary and secondary struts? Over.
Well, I could do it like this, so it's about all the struts are about equally stroked, and the height from the ground to the first step is about 3 feet, or maybe 3.5 feet, huh?
Roger, understand, Neil. Next topic. As just after landing, you pointed out that there was a hill to the west along the plus Z axis from the limb. Are there any large rocks in that direction that might block the solar array during the sunset? As the sunset approaches in your locality, are there any large rocks that might tend to obscure the array? Over.
I don't believe so. I think that it's about as level as any other areas that we chose.
Roger.
There's nothing large anyway that's going to get in the way.
Roger, copy. That's also the way it appeared from the television, I think. And now the final question. You commented, Neil, that on your approach to the landing spot, you had passed over a football field-sized crater containing rather large blocks of solid rock, perhaps 10-15 feet in size. Can you estimate the distance to this football-sized crater from your present position? Over.
I thought we'd be close enough so that when we got outside, we could see its rim back there, but I couldn't. But I don't think that we're more than a half mile beyond it. That is, a half mile west of it.
Roger. So you estimate your present position less than a half a mile, approximately west of this large crater. Over.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that takes care of the questions from our geologists for tonight, and unless you have something else, that'll be all from us for the evening. Over.
Okay, thank you.
The Capcom there was astronaut Owen Garriott, one of the group of 5 scientist astronauts selected in 1965.
Tranquility Bay, Houston, we've now collected all the ranging data that we can use, and you can go back to caution and warning enable. Over.
Roger, will do.
Tranquility Base, Houston. Over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Roger, two more verifications here. Will you verify that the disk with messages was placed on the surface as planned, and also that the items listed in the flight plan, all of those listed there, were jettisoned? Over.
All that's verified.
Roger, thank you, and I hope this will be the final good night.
Okay.
Tranquility Base has confirmed that they left on the lunar surface all the items they had planned to. We have said good night to Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. We will continue to monitor throughout this rest period, which is scheduled to end at about 122 hours elapsed time. We're now 114 hours 53 minutes. Should there be any further conversations with either Tranquility Base or Columbia, we will come back up and bring those to you. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 115 hours 50 minutes. It's been almost an hour since we said goodnight to Tranquility Base. Dr. Kenneth Beers, the flight surgeon on this shift, reports that he does not believe that Neil Armstrong is asleep yet. From his heart rate, he thinks he's resting and perhaps dozing from time to time, but he doesn't believe that he's asleep. Neil is the only one being monitored in Tranquility Base. There is no biomedical instrumentation for Buzz Aldrin. Dr. Beers reports Mike Collins is sound asleep in Columbia as it orbits the moon. Columbia has just entered its 21st revolution of the moon. All systems on the lunar module are in good order, showing cabin pressure 4.9 pounds per square inch, cabin temperature 62 degrees Fahrenheit. We have not heard from Tranquility Base since saying goodnight, and we have not attempted to call them. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 116 hours 50 minutes. All systems in both Columbia and Tranquility Base still operating very well. No problems. Dr. Kenneth Beers' report is the same as the one an hour ago. The data from Neil Armstrong indicates he is resting, but he's not believed to be asleep. He's not following the pattern of sleep, but he is resting. Cabin pressure is holding steady at 4.9 pounds per square inch. Temperature at 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The consumables in Tranquility Base. Still in good shape. We're showing 45.5% of the descent water still remaining. Water very important for cooling on the lunar surface. Showing 63% of the oxygen supply in the descent stage still remaining. Both of those consumables in the ascent stage, very high, have not been used yet. 2 water tanks in the ascent stage, one showing 97.6%, the other showing 98.4%. 2 oxygen tanks in the ascent stage, one reading 93.5%, the other 96.8%. Mike Collins still asleep in Columbia. At 116 hours 52 minutes, all still going well with both spacecraft. This is Mission Control, Houston. All continues to go well with both Columbia orbiting the Moon, now in its 22nd revolution, and Tranquility Base on the surface of the Moon. Flight surgeon Dr. Kenneth Beers says his data continues to indicate that Neil Armstrong may be dozing, but he's sure that he is not sleeping soundly or well. Heart rates have been down in the 50s at times, but have not stayed there very long. He believes he may be sleeping fitfully and dozing, but stirring around quite a bit. Mike Collins still sleeping in Columbia, and the lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin is not instrumented, so the doctors cannot determine whether he's asleep or not. Cabin pressure in the lunar module still holding steady at 4.9 pounds per square inch. Temperature has dropped 1 degree since the last report, now reading 61 degrees Fahrenheit. All consumables still in good shape. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 118 hours 50 minutes. Flight controllers here in the Mission Control Center continue to monitor the systems of Eagle at Tranquility Base constantly, and of Columbia when that spacecraft is within acquisition on the front side of the Moon. And they are in acquisition of Columbia telemetry now, as it's in its 22nd revolution. Everything continuing to go very well. All systems normal. Mike Collins still asleep very well in Columbia. Neil Armstrong sleeping fitfully, if indeed he is asleep at all, at Tranquility Base. Throughout this rest period, the cabin pressure is held very steady at 4.9 in the lunar module. We're still showing a cabin temperature of 61. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 119 hours 51 minutes. The report is the same as it has been throughout the rest periods. All systems in both Eagle and Columbia operating very well. Mike Collins asleep. Neil Armstrong sleeping fitfully. Heart rate goes down into the sleep range, but then comes up out of it, indicating he's stirring around considerably. Columbia is in its 23rd revolution now, in an orbit 62 by 57 nautical miles. Still holding 4.9 pounds per square inch cabin pressure and 61 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. The descent water quantity now shows 39.5% remaining. Descent oxygen quantity 63% remaining. This is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Apollo Control, 120 hours 59 minutes ground elapsed time. We've called the spacecraft Columbia from Mission Control here to wake up Mike Collins. The network is configured so that the LIM crew, or Eagle crew, will not be disturbed. Let's join the conversation in progress.
Columbia, good morning from Houston.
Good, Ron.
Hey, Mike, how's it going this morning?
How goes it?
Hey, real fine. While you're
I don't know yet. How's it going with you?
Real fine here. Columbia, request poo and accept. We'll shove the state vector in for you right away. Okay, it's coming up now, Columbia. We're going to keep you a little busy here. As soon as we get the state vector in, we'd like you to go ahead and do a P-52, option 3, on this night pass. And then when you come on around the other side there, we'll give you some landmark tracking information on prime 130. And for your information, we're also going to have Tranquility Base do a P-52 when you come around the other time. And I have the P-22 information if you're ready to copy. Okay, track landmark 130 prime using P-22. And for information, this will properly position your rendezvous radar transponder. T1 is 122 plus 16 plus 05. Whoop, okay, standing by. Columbia, Houston, the computer is yours.
Okay, and I'd like the grid square of this crater 130 prime, over.
Columbia, Houston, say again about 130 prime. Columbia, Houston. Roger, I have the T1 and T2 times and also the longitude of the 130 prime. We're working on the grid squares and we'll get them shortly.
Hey, ready to copy.
Okay, T1, 122 plus 16 plus 05. Tango 2 is 122 plus 21 plus 11 and 6 miles north of track. And do you want your 989 dice?
Yes, please.
Roger, latitude plus 01.243. Longitude over 2 plus 11.844. Altitude minus 001.46. Over.
And copy T1, 122, 1605, T2, 122, 2111, 6 miles north, 989 is plus 01243 plus 11844 minus 00146.
Columbia, affirmative. And at the T1 time, put your rendezvous radar transponder switch to operate.
All right.
And this 130 prime is the same one that you tracked prior to descent. Over.
Okay. You've updated your information as to the LEM's position, and this is your best estimate of where the LEM is. Is that correct?
Columbia, that's a negative. This 130 is the little bitty crater there that you tracked, John Young's crater that you tracked prior to descent. And we want that
Oh,
for...
fine. Okay, you've given up looking for the LEM.
affirmative, we want this for one last fix on your plane.
All right, fine. I understand. Thank you.
And when the LEM does his P-22 on your transponder, well, then that'll be our last shot at the LEM's position.
All right, I understand. You care whether my transponder is on before T1?
Roger, it'll be on warm-up prior to that time, and you can go to operate anywhere around that time.
Yeah, I got it. It's 24-minute warm-up now.
Roger. And Houston, the computer is yours. You can go to block anytime.
Roger, block, going P-52, option 3.
Roger. And we'll see you coming around the other side. About 1 minute to go, and all your systems are looking good.
Thanks, Roger.
This is Apollo Control. Spacecraft Columbia has gone behind the moon on the 23rd lunar revolution. Be acquired again at, well, let's see now. It looks like we don't have acquisition table up yet for next rev. During this pass and the short conversation toward the end of the front side pass with Columbia. The network transmitters have been arranged so that the transmissions would not disturb the crew of Eagle, who at this time should still be asleep. Not since Adam has any human known such solitude as Mike Collins is experiencing during the 47 minutes of each lunar revolution when he's behind the moon, with no one to talk to except his tape recorder aboard Columbia. While he waits for his comrades to soar with Eagle from Tranquility Base and rejoin him for the trip back to Earth, Collins, with the help of flight controllers here in Mission Control Center, has kept the command module systems going pocket-a, pocket-a, pocket-a. At 121 hours, 12 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
You want to leave it up or bring it down?
This is Apollo Control. Let's join the call to Tranquility Base.
How is it resting standing up there? Did you get a chance to curl up on the engine can?
Roger. Neil has rigged himself a really good hammock with a weight tether, and he's been lying on the at an engine cover, and I curled up on the floor. Over.
Roger, copy, Buzz. Got a couple of changes to your surface checklist here, and in general, what we're going to want you to do is P-22 tracking the command module for one last hack on your position there. And this will be, in other words, P-57, P-22, and then to press on with the checklist. And the rest of them are a couple of minor changes in the checklist. The main one being that we do not want the rendezvous radar on during the ascent. And we think that this will take care of some of the overflow program alarms that we're getting during descent.
Okay, we had the rendezvous radar exclude during descent, though.
Tranquility Base, Houston, I missed that. Say again.
Roger, I say again, we had the rendezvous radar switch in the slew position, not the LGC position.
Roger, we copy that. But there's a greater duty cycle on 15% duty cycle. There's a good 15% duty cycle on the ascent program there, so we'll just go ahead and leave it off. And I have the changes here. If you want to get out your surface checklist, I can go ahead and start giving them to you.
All right, go ahead. I've got it out.
Okay, before we start here, request poo and data, and we'll give you some vectors.
You've got poo and data.
Okay, and on surface 50 will be the first change there.
Okay, now I understand you want us to do a P-57 option 3 and then a P-22. Is that the general idea? Over.
That's affirmative. So on surface 50 there, down at the bottom of the page, just after Pro, after 2 recycles, stick in a time of 1:22 plus 15. Do P-22 as per pings 20 of GNN dictionary. Over.
Roger, understand at 122.15 to P-22 as per pings 20 GNN dictionary.
Hi, Roger. Okay, let's skip on over to surface 59.
Okay.
Okay, this is going to be for one last vent on the dips tank there. So at the top of the page, just after EPS inverter 1 close, add. Okay, after EPS inverter 1 close, add prop, descent, helium, reg, / vent, close. And then after stabilization control, AELD close, add prop, displays / engine override / logic, close. Over.
Roger, copy. These are 2 circuit breakers, right?
Tranquility Base affirmative, those are just the circuit breakers at that time. Tranquility Base Houston, did you get those two on the propulsion circuit breakers?
Roger, I have those 2.
Okay, let's go over to surface 60. And then down the middle of the page, after launch guidance system recommendation from Miss Finn, I'm going to add the switches there.
Right, go ahead there.
Okay. After launch guidance system recommendation from Miss Finn, add descent, propulsion, fuel vent, open. Add descent, propulsion, oxidizer vent, open. Add verify, talkback, gray. Over.
Roger, descent propellant fuel vent open. Descent propellant oxidizer vent open. Verify talkback gray.
Roger, you got that one? So that'll be the last vent, and we'll continue venting. Skip over to surface 61. Down there at TIG minus 17.
Roger, I'm there. Go ahead.
Okay, at TIG minus 17, delete. CB11, AC bus A, rendezvous radar close. Wait 30 seconds. Delete pings, rendezvous radar close. And then add up data link switch to voice backup. Over.
Roger, I have that. We'll leave those 2 circuit breakers open and have the up data link to voice backup, and we'll make the appropriate changes on the following circuit breaker status card.
Roger, and then you might add a little note down there at the bottom of the page. Note, this is the bottom of page 61. Note, do not use tape meter in pings. i.e., do not place mode select switch to pings. Over.
Okay, we'll put it in ag.
Roger, fair enough. That's some more of that computer load business. Okay, that's all the changes we have for the checklist here. I've got just some general notes I'll read to you on P22, and just for some information. Over.
Okay, then it looks to me like we ought to get hopping on this B-57.
Roger, we agree wholeheartedly. And while you're starting on that, I'll just read these notes on P22. Call P22, possible program alarm 526, range greater than 400 nautical miles. And then use P22 as described on pings 20. Take option 1 in nouns 06 and use the no update mode. The rendezvous radar will lock on at about 25 degrees elevation above the horizon. If 503 alarm occurs, designate fail. Key A proceed and allow the rendezvous radar to search for the CSM. And place the range altitude monitor switch in altitude rate to prevent the tape meter from driving into the stops. And press on.
Roger, I think I have that.
This is Apollo Control. A little over 2 minutes until Columbia comes over the hill again in the 24th lunar revolution. In that wake-up call to Eagle, the crew described how they slept in the spacecraft by lying on the floor and on the engine cover. Some of the preliminary times being generated now for our ascent show ignition about 1 minute 26 seconds earlier than the pre-mission flight plan. Ignition time now showing 124 hours, 22 minutes, 0 seconds. The burn will have a magnitude of 6,068 feet per second. Quite a bit of that will be in vertical rise and actually starting from 0 feet per second on the lunar surface. The CSI maneuver behind the moon, the concentric sequence initiate, CSI acronym being for that maneuver. 125 hours, 19 minutes, 34 seconds. Constant delta height, CDH. 126 hours, 18 minutes, 0 seconds. Terminal phase initiation, 126 hours, 57 minutes, 0 seconds. And terminal phase finalization, or the final braking before docking, 127 hours, 39 minutes, 39.2 seconds. These are ground computations. And they'll be computed by the crew from radar tracking, rendezvous radar. So actually these numbers computed on the ground are somewhat academic in that they will be computed in real time by the crew. We're standing by here for Capcom to resume conversation. During this upcoming pass here, a more definite fix on the Eagle's position will be attempted by using the rendezvous radar from the Eagle in program 22, rendezvous radar lunar surface navigation program. The transponder on Columbia in the meantime has been warmed up during the last revolution, Mike Collins was advised to have the transponder warmed up. As of now, the exact location is somewhat vague, and perhaps this rendezvous radar exercise will give a final, more pinpoint location of where Eagle does indeed nest on the moon. We'll continue to monitor the air-ground circuit. We've had acquisition of signal with Columbia, so likely the conversation will increase here as we get the lock-on, hopefully, with rendezvous radar as Columbia passes over the Eagle landing site. Still live on air-ground.
Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, over.
Houston, Columbia.
Roger, Columbia. We'd like a cryo stir, all 4 tanks, and standard 1 minute, over.
And work.
Roger, and do you have any torquing angles from P-52?
Roger, stand by 1.
Tranquility, Houston, request error reset at this time, over.
Roger, error reset, and would you tell me when you're satisfied with the LGC self-test?
Tranquility, LGC is a go.
Roger. Torquing angles when you're ready.
Columbia, Houston, go ahead.
Roger, stars 25 and 42. Triangle difference 5 balls, now 93 plus 00165 plus 00186 minus 00039er. Time of torquing 1:21:15. Over.
Columbia, Houston, we copy, thank you.
And cryo stir complete.
Roger, thank you, Columbia.
Houston, Tranquility. Would you like a recycle on the Verb 604? Over.
Tranquility, Houston, we copy, standby 1. Tranquility, Houston, request recycle. Spacecraft calling Houston, say again.
Columbia saying the rendezvous radar transponder is operating at
Roger, copy, Columbia. Tranquility, Houston, request rendezvous radar breakers in about now.
Columbia, Houston, request Omni D, Omni Delta. Tranquility Base, Houston, request go ahead and start the warm-up on the Rendezvous radar.
Roger. Houston, you copy now 93?
Tranquility, affirmative, go.
Roger, we're going to torque.
Houston, roger. Tranquility Base, Houston, Columbia will be overhead at 122 plus 22 plus 51. His LOS will be 2935, over.
Houston, we'd like to check this on the tape meter against the ags. We'll go back to altitude rates as soon as the rate starts to build up, over.
This is Apollo Control. We have confirmation of radar lock on.
Second thought, since that'll peg the range rate, I guess maybe we better not do that. And for this range that the AGS is showing now, 425 miles, with the signal strength of 2.2, it looks like we ought to proceed on this. Over.
Roger. Stand by one. Tranquility, affirmative, proceed.
Are you getting the information on the downlink now?
Tranquility, affirmative, and we're saving it. We've got 4 points so far, and it's looking good.
Okay, what do you people think about calling up a Verb 83?
Tranquility, Houston, stand by on that. We're getting good data now. We're checking on the Verb 83.
And we expect that we may lose lock when it passes overhead because of the max rate that the radar has.
Tranquility, Houston, negative on Verb 83.
Understand. We just lost lock.
Tranquility, Houston, go.
We just lost lock, Rob.
Roger. We had about 20-some points before you did that. And for your information, the reason the AGS is a little different there. The reason the AGS is a little different is because the K factor is a little bit wrong.
Has he already gone up? Okay. Okay, has he already gone overhead, or do you want to try and get it locked on again?
Houston, Columbia, you got down 49, 5, good mark. Tranquility, affirmative, try to lock on again. And you'll lose him at about 29 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, do you have a real quick procedure how to do that?
Columbia, Houston, say again about your noun 49.
I say, I got 5 good marks, you got noun 49. When you get everything you need off the downlink, let me know, I'll proceed.
Columbia, Houston, stand by 1.
Ron, did you say on a 526 alarm to proceed or do a verb 32?
Roger, that says radar thinks that the range is greater than 400 miles now.
Tranquility Base, Houston, recommend you terminate P-22. Over.
Roger, will do.
And Columbia, Houston, same for you. You can terminate P-22.
I have, I'm already passed.
Roger.
I'm staying at P-22 here a second just to record to down 89 and then over 34.
Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy, and that's good. Tranquility, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, request S-band function switch to range. We're going to do some ranging on you. Also, I have an updated AGS K-factor when you're ready to copy. Over.
Roger, go ahead with the K-factor.
Roger, 119 plus 59 plus 59.92. Over.
Right, a little closer this time.
Yeah, sure.
59.5992. Over.
Tranquility, Houston, read back correct. Columbia, Houston.
Houston, Tranquility, I see what you mean now about the K-factor.
Roger.
That's Columbia, go ahead. And I'd like to know about this P-52 coming up. Is that the one I just completed, or do you want a pair of them back to back?
Columbia, Houston, you do not need to do another P-52 unless you want to. Break, and also Columbia, when you get a chance, request BAT-C and the pyro readouts. Over.
BAT-C says 37 volts even. Pyro A, 37. Pyro B, 37.
Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy. Thank you.
BAT bus B is 37. BAT bus A is 36, so I think the gauge is stuck.
Roger. And you're looking good to us, Columbia.
Yes, sir. Keep it that way. Columbia's coming up on a verb 45, enter to reset the surface flag.
Columbia, Houston, negative, standby on the verb 45.
Roger that. And a crew status report from Columbia. I figure I got about 5 hours good sleep, although you guys probably know better than I do.
Columbia, roger, we copy. Columbia, Houston, we've got a couple more vectors to send up to you. They'll be coming up shortly, and then you can do the verb 45 after you get those in. Over.
Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure that we're both in sync on the order.
Roger. Columbia and Tranquility Base, this is Houston. In case you haven't noticed, the missed-in relay is not activated. So I can go ahead and relay anything if you want to talk directly.
Columbia, right. Houston, Tranquility, be advised we've got... already left Repressurization coming right about flag showing red right now. We just put a verb 77 in. I believe this is black. I'll check it.
Tranquility Base, Houston, we've got a lot of static down here. Can you say again?
Roger, we have 4 out of 8 surface air talkbacks indicating red. We still have the circuit breakers out as of right now. I believe it's normal. We have just entered a verb 77 on page surface 52 and are ready to proceed with the hot fire. Is it normal to have these 4 red flags? Over.
Tranquility Base, Houston, we think that's okay. Go ahead and reset them and press on with the hot fire. Over. Columbia, Houston, request pull and accept. We'll send some state vectors up to you.
Okay, go and pull and accept. Houston Tranquility. I used Capella in the last sighting, and it's a good ways near the edge, good ways away from the center of D10-4. I'm wondering if it would pay any to use Alpharat's star number 1. It might be a little closer. However, it would delay things a little since I'd have to designate the radar out of the way. Over.
Tranquility, Roger, we copy standby 1. And break, Columbia. We're having a little trouble getting the stuff in there. Request high gain. Pitch -20. Yaw +150. Over. And Tranquility, Houston, we'd prefer to save the time. Press on with Capella. Over.
Roger.
And Tranquility, Houston, the RCS checked, looked mighty fine to us.
And look good up here.
Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, in the blind, high gain, pitch -20, yaw +150.
Houston Tranquility, could you give me the take portion of the ascent pad so I can load it in for P57, over?
Tranquility, Roger, standby 1. We want to wait on that P57 until about take -50 minutes, over. Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, over.
Houston Tranquility. It turns out that D10-4 is usable anyway with the yaw that we have because the Earth appears in both D10-2 and D10-3.
Tranquility, base Houston and Roger. Columbia, Houston, over.
Tranquility, Houston, I have your landmass and CSI data pads when you're ready to copy. We're ready to copy. Roger, landmass and pad. TIG, 124-22-0000. Noun 76. 55349 00322 plus 0017 Beta 47 plus 37104 minus 70470 plus 58604 plus 56936. Your limb weight 10837. Your T14 126 plus 20 plus 12. Over.
What's say again the cross range in down 76?
Roger, your cross range for now in 76. By the way, we may update this later, but now it is plus 0017. Over.
Roger. Read back follows. Take 124-22-0000 55349er 00322 plus 0017 plus 37104 minus 70470 plus 58604 plus 56936. Lamb weight 10837. T14 1262012. Go.
Tranquility, Houston, Roger, your read back correct. And now I have your CSI pad.
Go on the CSI bed.
Roger, CSI pad. TIG of CSI. 125193470. TIG of TPI. 126570000. 981 0532 plus 0000. FDAI NA Beta 373 03196 Beta 275 04170. 986 plus 0532 plus 0000 plus 0012. Tranquility, read back.
Roger, CSI Apollo pad follows. TIG 12519 3470. Take of TPI 126570000. Down 81. 0532. Plus. All zeros. 373. 03196. 275. 04170. Down 86. Plus 0532. Plus 0000. Plus 0012. Go.
Tranquility Base, Houston, your readback is correct. And Tranquility, no need for any gyro compensation. It's go. Roger, understand. Columbia, Houston, over. Columbia, Houston, incline, request high gain, pitch, -30, yaw, +170, over. Houston, Columbia on the high gain, over. Roger, Columbia. We still need to finish your uplink there. And then I have your CSI and TPI time, and also the liftoff. Go ahead, ready, copy. Roger, LEM ascent liftoff time, 12422. 0000. Your CSI TIG. Say again, CSI TIG. 125193470. Your TIG of TPI. 126570000. And the LEMS now 81 values for CSI. 0532. That's 53.2 for Delta VX. Delta VY, all zeros. Columbia, Houston, over. Roger, I read back, liftoff TIG 124.22 even, CSI 125.19.34.70, DPI 126.57 even, LEMS noon 81 for CSI 53.2 Delta VX, over. Columbia, Houston, Roger, you read back correct. Columbia, Houston, we're coming up with your second load now. Columbia, Houston, the computer is yours, and you can do your verb 45 enter now. Roger, going to block and verb 45 enter. Roger. How's the black team today? All primed and raring to go? You betcha there, Mike.
This is Apollo Control. Some 5 minutes, 35 seconds away from loss of signal with the spacecraft Columbia before it goes on the far side of the moon in the 24th revolution. 1 hour, 18 minutes until ascent ignition, and following that, the rendezvous sequence completed with the docking at 128 hours approximately. We'll continue to monitor air-ground here as the data is passed up to the crew for the upcoming day's activities. Apollo Control standing by at 123 hours and 3 minutes.
I have Columbia, Houston, about 3 minutes to LOS, and I have your consumables update.
Ready to copy.
Roger, at 123 plus 00. RCS total, minus 7%. Alpha, minus 12%. Bravo, plus 4.5. Charlie, minus 7. Delta, minus 6.5. Houston, about 3 minutes to LOS, and I have your consumables update.
Ready to copy.
Roger, at 123 plus 00. RCS total, minus 7%. Alpha, minus 12%. Bravo, plus 4.5. Charlie, minus 7. Delta, minus 6.5. Your hydrogen total, minus 1.4 pounds. Oxygen, plus 1.7. Over.
However, figured those hydrogens and oxygens out a couple days ago. Must have known what he was doing.
Okay, I think I read that oxygen. It's a plus 17 pounds.
All right. Still close.
Roger.
Eagle and Columbia, this is the backup crew. Our congratulations for yesterday's performance, and our prayers are with you for the rendezvous. Over. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Glad to have all you big room full of people looking over our shoulders.
We had a lot of help down there, Jim.
This is Apollo Control. We've had loss of signal with Columbia going behind the moon. Toward the end of that pass, Apollo 11 backup commander Jim Lovell, who's had some experience in lunar missions, came up with his congratulations for a job well done and mentioned that he would be here giving moral support during the rendezvous sequence to follow. There will likely be further communications with Eagle until the command module comes around the corner again, some 44 minutes from now. We'll bring the circuit back up as communications resume, perhaps playing catch-up with tape recordings. And at 123 hours, 10 minutes, ground elapsed time, 1 hour, 11 minutes to ignition. This is Apollo standby. Let's listen in again.
Well, and to give you a few comments with regard to the geology question of last night, we are landed in a relatively smooth crater field of elongate secondary, circular secondary craters, most of which have rims irrespective of their raised rims, irrespective of their size. That's not universally true. There are a few of the smaller craters around which do not have a discernible rim. The ground mass throughout the area is a very fine sand to a silt, and I'd say the thing that would be most like it on Earth is powdered graphite. Immersed in this ground mass are a wide variety of rock shapes, sizes, textures, rounded and angular, many with varying consistencies. As I said, I've seen what look to be plain basalts and vesicular basalts, others with no crystals, some with small white phenocrysts, maybe 1 to less than 5%. And we are in a boulder field where the boulders range generally up to 2 feet, with a few larger than that. Now, some of the boulders are lying on top of the surface, some are partially exposed, and some are just barely exposed. And in our traverse around on the surface, and particularly working with the scoop, we run into boulders below the surface that is probably buried under several inches of the ground mass.
Tranquility Houston, Roger, very fine description.
Now, I suspect this boulder field may have some of its origin with this large, sharp-edged, blocky-rimmed crater that we passed over in final descent. Now, yesterday I said that was about the size of a football field, and I have to admit it was a little hard to measure coming in, but I thought that it might just fit in the Astrodome as we came by it. And the rocks in the vicinity of this blocky rim crater are much larger than these in this area, some 10 feet or so, perhaps bigger. And they are very thickly populated out to about 1 crater diameter beyond the crater rim. Beyond that, there's some diminishing, and even out in this area, the blocks seem to run out in rows with irregular patterns, and then there are paths between them where there are considerably less surface evidence of hard rocks. Over.
Tranquility Base Houston, we copy. Thank you very much. And Tranquility Base, we're through with arranging. You can take your S-band function switch to off reset.
Roger.
In Tranquility, I have a LEM Consumables update for you.
Roger, ready to copy.
Okay, at 123 plus 00, RCS Alpha 78% PQMD, Bravo is 76% PQMD. Descent O2 is 62%, 62%. Descent ampere hours are 590 remaining. Ascent ampere hours are 574 remaining. Over.
Roger, copy. Sounds very good, thank you.
Roger. Tranquility Base, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger. For your P-57 here, we did a little looking around, and it looks like Sirius and Rigel out of detent 6 would be real good on that. The sun angle on Sirius is about 43 degrees, and on Rigel it's about 55 degrees. Over.
Roger, Houston. The only trouble is that the sun is in number 5, the closed one, and it appears to also be close enough to detent 6 to shine on the far side of the cone, and it completely obscures detent 6. I'm unable to use that at all.
Okay, we understand it now. Thank you. Tranquility, Houston. For your information, the circuitry looks real fine on that ascent engine arm circuit breaker.
Roger. I don't think I could get it out now if I wanted to.
Roger, we copy.
And it looks like in detent 6 I can pick up Venus right at the fringe, but I can't get anything else.
Roger.
And by the way, Houston, our EVA antenna did retract.
Roger, mighty fine, thank you. Tranquility, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, looks like you're going to have to reposition the radar here. We suggest you may want to start your TIG minus 45 minute point in the checklist at about TIG minus 50, over.
Roger. Why do you think I need to move the radar?
Well, we thought that you probably wouldn't be able to get the stars there.
On the rear detents, the radar can be pointing plus X, and I'll be using right rear. That's okay.
Roger, that's fine.
This is Apollo Control. We're some 57 minutes, 22 seconds away from ignition on the LIM ascent back into lunar orbit. Some 30 minutes away from acquisition of the spacecraft Columbia as it comes around again on the 25th revolution. And the latest information from the scientific experiments placed on the lunar surface last night by the Apollo 11 crew, our science support room here in Mission Control Center reports receiving continuous data from the passive seismic experiment. The passive seismic experiment, part of the early Apollo science experiment package, which has the acronym ESEP, recorded the astronauts' footsteps on the moon. Also sent down signals when the crew climbed up the ladder back into the Eagle, and recorded a strong signal when the expended portable life support backpacks and other pieces of equipment were jettisoned out Eagle's front hatch. Let's rejoin the conversation.
One more late checklist change there on rendezvous radar position for liftoff. Over. It's on page surface 57.
Roger, go ahead.
Okay, on surface 57 there, and your verb 21, noun 73. Trunnion, leave it at 180. The shaft, we'd like 335. Over.
Roger, understand. Shaft 335.
Roger, and if the steerable doesn't quite hack it on liftoff, it looks like the forward Omni is good for about 30 to 60 seconds after liftoff, and then the aft Omni antenna is good for the rest of the ascent. Over.
Roger, copy. Houston, we've got two angles here at 3 minutes in ascent. Would you confirm those? Pitch 134 and yaw minus 32, over.
Tranquility base, Roger, we verify those are correct.
This is Apollo Control. Here in Mission Control Center, Flight Director Glenn Lunny is polling the various positions here in the control room on their readiness to go ahead with the ascent on this next pass as the command module comes around the moon, and we're some 53 minutes now away from ascent. Meanwhile, back at the scientific experiment situation, another attempt is scheduled today to shoot another laser beam up to the laser retroreflector, which is the other part of the experiment package left on the moon. The seismic experiment will continue to record and send back measurements to Mission Control, and will probably receive its strongest signal when the ascent engine ignites and starts Eagle on its way into lunar orbit and rendezvous with Columbia. There's considerable amount of conversation going on with the crew, even though command module or Columbia is behind the moon at this time. Rather than disconnect the air-ground line and be in a tape playback mode, we'll leave the circuit up all the way through to loss of signal on the next rev, when both spacecraft will go behind the moon. At 123 hours, 29 minutes, and standing by, this is Apollo Control.
Tranquility base, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, Eagle's looking real fine to us down here. We have a fairly high confidence that we know the position of the limb. However, it is possible that we may have a planes change, but in the worst case, it would be up to 30 feet per second. Of course, we don't expect that at all.
Okay. Houston, Tranquility Base, since we're still got plenty of time, I think I'll go ahead and recycle on this 604.
Tranquility, roger, that's okay with us. And we assume that the primary canister is still aboard, is this correct?
We have one primary canister on board, one secondary. The other primary is, out in front of the Z plus B pad, over.
Roger, we copy, thank you.
Ready for the blue bag.
The thing looks consistent today.
Hey, that's affirmative, by guys, looking great.
Houston, did you copy 905, and are you looking at 93, over?
Tranquility Base, it's beautiful.
Okay, we'll proceed.
Roger.
I know where the star is. I'm not sure the ping knows where gravity is.
Okay.
Houston, these are your angles, not ours.
Roger, Tranquility.
Standing by for some change or modification of the angles.
Tranquility Base, Houston, recommend 334, and that should just keep it out of the limit.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. We're some 3 minutes from acquisition time for Columbia as it comes around on the 25th lunar revolution. We've had acquisition with Columbia. Some 26 minutes away from ignition time on the ascent burn, which will place Eagle back into lunar orbit. Here we go.
Delta, over.
Columbia, Houston, roger, loud and clear. And if you'd like to take it down, we have the latest position of Tranquility Base, over.
Go ahead.
Roger, it's just west of West Crater, Juliet 0.5 / 7.7, over.
Understand it is just west of the crater, which is at Juliet 0.5 and 7.7, is that correct?
Columbia, Houston, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, Ren.
Tranquility Base, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, because of the lower load with the rendezvous radar off, we'd like to have battery 5 and 6 on the line now. 1 and 3 off, over.
In work.
Roger, thank you.
This is Apollo Control here in Mission Control. The lunar orbit chart on the center plot board has disappeared. We now have the various scribing plotters projecting on the center plot board to show the ascent. All of these lines and the various colors that are scribed on by the three sources of primary guidance system, the abort guidance system, and the manned spaceflight network all mean something to Flight Dynamics Officer. Let's rejoin the conversation.
Find us.
Roger. Columbia is holding inertially at liftoff attitude. My DAP is configured as per my procedures at a time of 1:24:02.
Columbia, Houston, roger, we copy you. Tranquility, Houston, say again.
Hi, Houston. We were not calling.
Roger, Columbia. Was that Bravo and Delta roll, over?
Columbia, affirmative.
Roger. Columbia and Tranquility, I'll give you a mark at 20 minutes to go, and that's in about 20 seconds. Stand by. Mark, 20 minutes.
Copy, right.
Tranquility, base Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, just a reminder here, we want to make sure you leave the rendezvous radar circuit breakers pulled. However, we want the rendezvous radar mode switch in LGC, just as it is on surface 5-9.
Okay.
Tranquility base, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, our guidance recommendation is pings, and you're cleared for takeoff.
Roger, understand. We're number 1 on the runway.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control. We have confirmation on the ground that the ascent propulsion system propellant tanks have been pressurized.
Houston, Tranquility. We're not sure that we got number 2 tank to fire. It's still showing a high pressure.
Roger, we confirm that. Try it again.
Okay, we'll go to number 2 this time.
Roger, we concur.
Roger, no fire.
This is Apollo Control. The network controller just informed the flight director that items called battle shorts have been installed around the network. These are mechanical shorts of critical power supplies and transmitters and the like, so that before they will go offline, they will actually burn up. In critical phases of the mission, they want to get as much data as possible through the burn. So for that reason, any circuit breaking function of the equipment is inhibited with these battle shorts. They're not a piece of apparel. In the upcoming ascent, some 14 minutes from now, almost 5,000 pounds of propellant will be run through the ascent engine to propel the lunar module upper stage or ascent stage to velocity, a total velocity of 6,068 feet per second. Go through a vertical rise phase and about 50 seconds after liftoff, we'll begin pitching over. And some 168 miles downrange will be inserted into lunar orbit at about 60,000 feet above the surface, with an apolloon of approximately 45 nautical miles, half a revolution later on the far side of the moon. We'll continue to monitor air-ground here. We're some 1 hour away from loss of signal with the lunar module after its insertion. Eagle now 13 minutes 23 seconds away from ascent ignition. 124 hours, 8 minutes. Ground elapsed time in the mission. Apollo control standing by.
Houston, looks like there's very little difference between the two.
Roger.
We've got number 2 reading 3050, and number 1 is reading 3000, and it drops down to 2990. So I'm not sure that it's really indicative that it didn't go. Over.
Roger, we copy and we agree.
Okay, I assume we're go for liftoff, and we'll proceed with the ascent feed.
Roger, that's correct, and we'll go ahead and watch tank 2. If it doesn't, tank 2 doesn't decrease, we'll tell you to close the ascent feeds and open the shutoffs. Over.
Okay, ascent feeds are open and shutoffs are closed.
Roger.
And we got the cross feed on.
Tranquility Base, a little less than 10 minutes here. Everything looks good, and we assume the steerables are track mode auto.
Roger, it is in track mode auto.
Roger.
And both ED batteries are go.
Tranquility, Houston, Roger.
Neil, I'm reading you on VHF. You sound good. Yes, sir. Couldn't be better. It's just burn long.
Rate scale 25. Add translation 4 jet. Balance couple on. DTCA jet. Stop push button reset. Board stage reset. Deadband minimum. Add control to mode control. Mode control auto. Mode. Auto.
Crew of Eagle going through their pre-ignition checklist.
Okay, we're standing by for 2 minutes to go to guidance steering in the ags.
Eagle, Houston, you're looking good to us.
Roger.
Guidance computer aboard the LIM, or aboard Eagle, will be loaded with the program 12, powered ascent guidance. We'll continue to monitor now at 3 minutes 12 seconds away from ignition as crew of Eagle goes through their pre-launch checklist. Coming up on 2 minutes. Mark, T minus 2 minutes.
Got your guidance steering in the ag.
Guidance reports both navigation systems on Eagle are looking good.
Whiskey blanks. Got that answered code? Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Port stage, engine arm ascent, proceed. Beautiful. 26, 36 feet per second up. 5 for the pitch over. Very smooth. Balance couple off. Very quiet ride. There's that one crater on there.
Feet high, 80 feet per second vertical rise.
Eagle Houston, request manual start override.
Roger.
2,600 feet altitude.
See it. Nope.
Eagle Houston, 1 minute, you're looking good.
Roger.
$130 feet vertical rise rate.
So a little bit of slow wallowing back and forth. Not very much thruster activity.
Roger, mighty fine.
700, 150 up, beautiful. 9,000. AAG degrees within a foot per second.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good at 2. Ping, zags, and miss-in all agree.
That's 1,000. 170 up, beautiful. 14,000. And a foot per second again, ags to ping. S-band looks like it's holding good, Houston.
Roger, we concur. It's great.
1,400, 185.
Aldrin is reading the horizontal velocity first and then the vertical velocity. It's now 1,424 feet per second vertical velocity, 187 vertical velocity.
Eagle Houston, your go at 3 minutes. Everything's looking good.
Roger. Right on H-dot. Coming up to, this is H-dot max now. I'm going right down US1.
Roger.
Height's now approaching 32,000 feet.
Eagle Houston, 4 minutes. You're going right down the track. Everything's great.
Horizontal velocity approaching 2,500 feet per second.
Got Sabine off to our right now.
Roger.
Some 120 miles to go until insertion.
There's Ritter off there. And there it is, right there. Or there's Schmidt. And that's impressive looking, isn't it?
Eagle Houston, you're great.
3,
Looking good.
155.
All three data sources are agreeing quite closely here. The three-color plot board on the front of mission control here is almost superimposed as each of the three colors are scribed on the scribing plotter.
Ionosis, I think that it's off to the right.
Eagle Houston, you're still looking mighty fine.
Roger, good agreement in Delta V to go and both Ags and things.
Roger.
One minute to go in the burn. 4,482 feet per second, horizontal velocity.
And 800 to go. To go. Okay, I'm going to open up the main shutoff. SNC closed, pressure's holding good, cross speed off. 350 to go. Stand by on the engine arm. 90, okay, off, 50, set down. We got 53373, 32.8 feet per second, 60,666.
Eagle, Roger, we copy, it's great, go.
And we got our residuals. Yeah, take.
Eagle Houston, trim residuals.
Showing a paraloon of 9.1 nautical miles, apoloon 47.2 nautical miles on the pings. All three systems are go. Cutoff velocity showing about 55-37 feet per second, plus or minus a foot or so on each of the three systems.
Eagle Houston, trim looks good.
That's good. Okay, that sounds a little on the high side. Okay. Okay, Houston, we show 47.3 by 9.5.
Roger, 47.2 but 9.5.
Tag says 9.5. 46.6.
Eagle Houston, copy.
Eagle Houston, request abort stage reset, engine stops reset, load control, assholes, and get a chance, sir.
Roger.
Here in Mission Control, the scribing plotters showing the velocity and height. Here we go again.
Let's proceed with P-52 as phenomenal.
Roger, Houston. The Eagle is back in orbit, having left Tranquility Base and leaving behind the replica from our Apollo 11 patch, the Olive Bridge.
Eagle Houston, roger, we copy. The whole world is proud of you.
A lot of help done.
Eagle Columbia, I've got 470 now for our dot, and I just broke block. Could you hold silent for a few seconds there while I require? Columbia is required.
Here in Mission Control, the scribing plotters have been replaced with the lunar orbit tracking chart showing Eagle behind Spider some 20 degrees in longitude. Flight Operations Director Chris Kraft commented that he felt like some 500 million people around the world were helping push Eagle off the moon and back into orbit. We're continuing to monitor transmissions between the ground and Eagle and Columbia. Apollo Control standing by.
Columbia Houston, request poo and accept, and we'll give you a good old LEM vector, over. Eagle Houston, you can go ahead and turn your updated link switch off.
Roger, it's off.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control. During the ascent phase, the heart rates on the Eagle crew reached 90 for Neil Armstrong, 120 for Buzz Aldrin. They're now back down in the 80s. We're some 28 minutes, 15 seconds from loss of signal with Columbia, 29 minutes, 52 seconds away from loss of signal on Eagle.
Houston, the Ag says a Delta H of 15.5.
Eagle Houston, roger, 15.5.
And a maneuver of 51.3.
Roger, we copy.
And Eagle, aft Omni, over.
Roger, aft Omni. Good.
Columbia, Houston,
Roger, your thoughts. And I can see it reflecting out my window, so it must be working.
Eagle, Houston, and a blind, try low bit rate, over.
Roger, low bit rate. I've got 3.8 signal strength, over.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, we copy your signal strength, 3.8.
Get up, short. Monkey 30. Sounds good, Mike. Pull that out. Focus at the top. Do it.
Eagle, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, we saw a very slight jump in cabin and suit pressure there. Could you verify cabin repress valve is closed?
Okay, it's closed.
Roger, and we've got about 1 minute to before where you ought to be radar tracking, and we've lost data with you.
Okay. Do I gauge you? Okay, get fast. Got it? Okay, you ready? Enter. 676. You got it in the background, huh? Dave. Yeah. There, you got it? Already to mark X and Y. They mark X now. X and Y. And you ought to be satisfied with 3 of them.
Columbia, Houston, say again.
Still on. X or Y. Okay, now. Okay, mark Y. Enough? Zero. All zeros. Okay, let's circle them. I'll write them down. -06 plus 64 plus 187. Start. Okay, back to radar second figures in. Yeah, we're pointed down pretty much. We're going to be up. We're not. Other. Bigger. Both 30 bigger than. Okay.
I got a solid mark on ranging incorporated 1 mark.
Okay, on and over.
Columbia, Houston, did you call?
Houston, Eagle, did you copy our star angle difference towards an angle?
Eagle, Houston, we didn't have them on a downlink, but we copied them on the box.
Okay, it was 0 for star angle difference, minus 06. Plus 64 and plus 1.37 over. Eagle Houston, roger, we have that. Good. Got a good lock on it. I'll take that. How about that? Viewer thinks aperture is 125.21, right? Too far from it. That circuit breaker ends. Engine arm circuit breaker. It is a mark. By that. Eagle Houston, if you have time, pitch 162, yaw, minus 16. Okay.
Eagle Columbia, your Y dot is minus 1.0, over.
Mike, you're on?
Eagle, do you read Columbia, over? Houston, Columbia, over.
Roger, Columbia, you're loud and clear now. This is Houston.
Roger, would you tell Eagle his Y dot is minus 1.0, over?
Roger, Eagle. Columbia says your Y dot is minus 1.0. Over.
Roger, Houston, we got that. Thank you.
Roger, and you can go to high bit rate now. Eagle can. Set up ordeal.
Eagle, Columbia, how do you read?
Ag agrees very closely in pointing direction.
Houston, Columbia is unable to read Eagle on either antenna on VHF duplex Bravo. You got any suggestions?
Roger, Columbia, we understand you are unable to read Eagle. Stand by.
Houston, tell Columbia that we read him about strength 2.
Okay, wide deadband now.
Houston, Columbia, also my VHF ranging is not working now, and I'd like to know whether you'd like me to continue making sextant marks or do nothing. I'm supposed to be doing VHF marks only for the next 6 or 7 minutes.
Columbia, Houston, Roger, we copy. And Eagle looks like the best antenna would be forward for the limb. And break, Eagle, we missed your loading of the TPI TIG and P32. Could you confirm you've done that? Columbia, Houston, recommend you take sextant marks and do not re-initialize. Over.
Roger, Houston, Columbia's got the VHF ranging back now. I'll stick with the nominal. Thank you.
Roger, mighty fine.
Columbia, reading you loud and clear now, Eagle.
Columbia, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, Mike, you can go ahead and get as many VHF and sextant marks as you can here in this period of time.
Roger that. I just have time for maybe 2 sextant marks. I want to get on with the final count.
Eagle and Columbia. About 1 minute LOS there on Columbia. It looks like we have about 51.5 for CSI, and we tend to confirm your Y dot. And break for Eagle. Verify VHF Bravo transmitter is off.
Roger, VHF Bravo is off.
Eagle, Houston, recommend half Omni, and are you go for CSI so we can let Columbia know? Over.
Roger, we'll go for CSI.
Columbia, Houston, did you copy Eagle as go for CSI? This is Apollo Control. Columbia has gone behind the moon. Still a little over a minute left until Eagle goes behind the moon. We'll catch these last few minutes of tracking and any possible conversation. Eagle, Houston, we'll see you coming around the other side. Your AOS times are 1 minute ahead of the flight plan.
Okay, thank you.
This is Apollo Control. We have had loss of signal with Eagle, quite scratchy as Eagle went over the hill to complete the 25th lunar revolution as it gets to the midpoint on the lunar far side. Ascent burn just completed, went quite well on time at 124 hours, 22 minutes, 0 seconds ground elapsed time. Coming up on this rev, approximately 10 minutes from now, as a matter of fact, will be the concentric sequence initiate maneuver, CSI, which will raise the Eagle's paraloon to some 45 nautical miles. Eagle now is in a orbit measuring 9.4 nautical miles at insertion or paraloon and 46.7 at apoloon. This CSI maneuver will be made approximately at apoloon, therefore the effect takes place 180 degrees later and has the effect of raising paraloon to the desired 45 nautical miles. This maneuver will take place at 125 hours, 19 minutes, 34.7 seconds. It will have a delta V, or velocity change, of 51.5 feet per second. All of these maneuvers, incidentally, in the rendezvous sequence by Eagle will be made by using the reaction control system of Eagle. Following the CSI at 126 hours, 18 minutes, 0 seconds, and 9.2 foot per second. Burn, probably mostly a radial burn, at 126 hours 18 minutes, will twist the Eagle's orbit to an equal distance from the orbit of Columbia, what they call a constant delta height, or CDH maneuver. At 126 hours 57 minutes 00 seconds, terminal phase initiate, TPI. In this maneuver, the crew visually thrust along the line of sight toward Columbia when the line of sight is some 27 degrees above the local horizontal. This maneuver will have a magnitude of about 24.9 feet per second, and in turn it raises the apolloon to 60.5 nautical miles, which is approximately the altitude Columbia is orbiting. Terminal phase finalization, TPF, 127 hours 39 minutes 39.2 seconds. This is the start time for a series of small burns which are a combination of mid-course corrections and velocity match maneuvers to bring Eagle in with Columbia and match the velocity so that they station keep for a short period for photography, etc., and move on into docking at approximately 128 hours ground elapsed time. In all of these maneuvers, Mike Collins aboard Columbia is spring-loaded to do what is called a mirror image maneuver. Approximately a minute after the Eagle is scheduled to make its maneuver. And if for some reason Eagle cannot make the maneuver, Collins would do the exact same maneuver, only in reverse, so that Columbia would in effect begin a CSM active rendezvous with Eagle. As Eagle went over the hill on the 25th revolution, the velocity was being measured at 5,410 feet per second. Eagle's weight, somewhat lighter than when it started out, in excess of 32,000 pounds. It's now shrunk to some 5,885 pounds. Some 39 minutes, 20 seconds away from acquisition of Columbia, 41 minutes, 45 seconds from acquisition of Eagle, as the two vehicles come around on the 26th lunar revolution. The crew will likely describe how the CSI burn went, which is some 5 minutes away from this point. And at 125 hours 14 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control. 125 hours 52 minutes ground elapsed time. Less than a minute away from acquisition of the spacecraft Columbia, coming around on the near side of the moon in the 26th revolution. Some 3 minutes 11 seconds away from Eagle's appearance on the lunar front side. Stand by here for word that we have acquired data and voice link. Spacecraft communicator Ron Evans is standing by for AOS so that he can pass some information to the crew of the two spacecraft. We have AOS of the spacecraft Columbia.
AOS status.
Columbia, Houston, heard you talking to Eagle. I assume you have comm with Eagle now. Columbia, Houston, you're very weak. Say again. Roger. Columbia, Houston, you're about 1 by, just barely make you out. Can't understand. Houston, this is Eagle, over. Hey, Eagle, Houston, loud and clear. Columbia was very weak. We were unable to read him. Roger. We saw you come up over the horizon, and it looked like you had a laser operating. Could you confirm that? Eagle, Houston, stand by. We'll check it. And Eagle, Houston, can you give us a burn report? Roger, stand by. Okay, the CSI burn was on scheduled time of 125193470. 51.5 feet per second was our solution. After chasing residuals a little bit, we ended up with minus 0.2, plus 0.7, and minus 0.1. And in the ags at that time, we had plus 0.4, plus 0.9, and plus 0.3. Eagle, Houston, we copy. Any plane change, over? There was no plane change on CSI, and CSM had a 2.3 foot per second burn. We had a 2.9, and we elected to postpone that, over. Roger, we copy. Eagle, thank you. Roger, Houston, do you have some high gain angles for Columbia, over? Roger, Eagle, and Columbia, stand by. We'll have them for you shortly. Eagle, Houston, could you verify you switched lithium hydroxide canisters, over? That's affirmative. We started getting an erratic indication on primary, so we switched to secondary, and it was again erratic, and I thought it might have been a sensor, but it's settled down now, and we're on the secondary, over. Roger, we copy. Mighty fine. Columbia and Eagle, request Omni Delta for Columbia.
Houston, Columbia's been on Delta, but he hasn't had much luck with you.
Eagle, Houston, roger, we copy.
This is Apollo Control. Columbia is now in an orbit measuring 56.6 nautical miles by 62.5 nautical miles, and the displays here in Mission Control show the range from Eagle to Columbia of a tad over 100 nautical miles and about 99 feet per second closure rate.
We'd like to go ahead and try your lithium hydroxide on the primary and let us take a look at it down here. Columbia, Houston, over.
Houston, Eagle, Columbia's been reading you loud and clear on his omnis, but he hasn't had any luck in transmitting to you.
Roger, Eagle, mighty fine. We don't hear Columbia, though.
Okay. We're grounded ours, Mike, minus 1.8.
Columbia, Houston, you can go ahead and go to react in the high gain. We should get you then.
Do you have some angles for him, Houston?
Roger, pitch, minus 30, and yaw, 180 for Columbia.
Okay, and what was your CDA solution, Mike? Roger, copy, thanks. And Houston, Eagle's got an EPS light, a CO2 light. Partial pressure is reading about 1/2 millimeters.
Eagle in Columbia, Houston, roger, we copy. Columbia, Houston, go. Eagle, Houston, we're sure that's a sensor problem. You can leave it on primary.
Okay. Roger, we pull the circuit breaker.
Roger, Eagle.
And our water separator apparently isn't working too well. We're getting a lot of water through the suit loop, and we've changed water separators, but it doesn't seem to have improved the situation any.
Eagle, Houston, roger, we copy.
Eagle Columbia standing by to back you up on the burn. Just let me know how it's going.
Okay. Okay, you want to know what our 981 is?
Ready to copy.
Okay, I think you already got the burn time. Minus 8.1, minus 1.8, minus 18.2.
Okay, that's a pretty close agreement. And for burn time, I still have 126.17.46.
Right. Eagle Houston, for warm fueling, we are agreeing with your CDH. Congratulations. Unfortunately, the chart didn't agree with it because the range rate at 36 minutes was off the chart.
Apollo Control here. Less than a minute remaining until the constant delta height, or CDH maneuver. We'll continue to monitor the air ground. This is a small magnitude radial burn to put Eagle in a orbit that's concentric with, here we go, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. Burn complete?
Burn complete.
Thank you.
Eagle Houston, when you get a chance, Are your LCGs hooked up? And if so, what does the LCG accumulator show?
This is Apollo Control, range now showing 91.3 nautical miles. Range rate, range of closure, 119 feet per second.
It sure is great to look down there and not see ya.
Okay. Eagle, Houston. Go ahead. Roger, you copy on the LCG there and reading on the water accumulator?
Yeah. Roger, I did. I'm getting out of pressure. Houston, the water accumulator is right on the line between the red and the green, over.
Eagle, Houston, Roger, we copy. Eagle, Houston. Houston, Eagle. Roger, on the water problem there. We can't add anything more to it except the fact that it looks like the water accumulators are up to speed to us down here.
Okay, it's not going to be too much trouble.
Roger, fine.
Just
Thank you.
is in one suit, too, for some reason.
Columbia, Houston, our comm problem was traced to ground station here.
Oh, good, glad to hear it.
Roger, you're mighty fine now.
This is Apollo Control. Range between Eagle and Columbia now showing 67.5 nautical miles. Range rate, closure rate, 121 feet per second.
Rated 30.
I have a TPI TIG when you guys want to compare them.
Stand by. Nine, 8, 19.8. Go ahead, Mike. What do you got?
127, 02, 3450.
You're about 32 seconds later than we are.
Okay, fine.
This is Apollo Control, some 25 minutes now until the TPI, terminal phase initiation burn, just before loss of signal, as both spacecraft go over the hill. This is Apollo Control. The black team of flight controllers here in Mission Control are more or less in an advisory capacity during this rendezvous sequence. They're actively computing maneuver times, but in the final analysis, it's onboard computations by the crew of Columbia and Eagle, which really bring about the rendezvous. Standing by at 126 hours 37 minutes ground elapsed time, some 24 minutes away from ignition on the thrust along the line of sight for terminal phase initiate.
Two. We're parking, we'll do it. Do you want to get another? All right, get a data update. Thanks. Really touches upper airline. Park range rated 40.
Buzz, I'd like to confirm that your TPI TIG is 127-0202, over.
We haven't settled on a final one yet. The last one was, stand by.
I understand. Just as soon as you know when TPI TIG's going to be, I appreciate a call.
Okay.
Last I got was 32 seconds earlier than mine, which would make it 127.0202. Thank you. Are you going to be revising that one?
I think probably so. How late can you take a revision?
Well, to stay on my timeline, I should have it in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, latest estimate 127, 03, 39.
Thank you kindly.
Eagle, Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger. In the event of the possibility that we may have had some water channeling in those hydroxide canisters, we recommend you stay in the cabin mode from now on, over.
Roger.
Eagle, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, I better clarify the cabin mode a little bit there. All I mean is you go ahead and stay in the cabin mode. Helmets and gloves on are your option. And we really have no concern with the CO2. Over.
Roger, understand. Mike, you already loaded that time? We got our final one here.
I've already loaded it. I don't think it'll make much difference.
It's only 9 seconds difference.
Mark 6.
Columbia, Houston.
Columbia, go ahead.
Roger, Mike. You can go ahead and arm your logic anytime you want to, and we'll give you a go so that you can hit your power alarm at your convenience.
That's a good idea, babe. You standing by to watch the logic?
Affirmative. Give us a mark.
Mark, logic 1.